Welcome to session number 46 of Tears of the Kingdom. We're currently at 102 shrines, 314 Koroks, I believe this is. I have to mentally calculate this because we had spent 306 of them very recently. And we are here back in the depths where we explored all the way to the top corner and checked the ascension points in the previous stream after rather ceremoniously losing the vehicle that I had been using for so long. We have passed by the lava falls here. I don't know if there is any treasure in this location like there usually would be for a named location in the depths, but we should check it. And moreover, there is a treasure marker over here that we should head towards, which again is going to be in a hot zone underneath another one of the hot springs in the Hebrew region. That does mean that having mapped this out already, we should actually put on some heat-proof clothing to do it. And given our proximity to this, I think we'll probably want to do that before we head over to the last tower, the last light route rather, that we're going to uncover in this part of the zone. The idea will be probably to just map out as much of the depths as we can from there, but eventually we're going to have to deal with the descent to the Fire Temple, which is going to be right around here, because Death Mountain Chasm is this way, Fire Temple is clearly in that location. You already kind of get into the hot zone, moving towards it here. So, lots of stuff to see. We're only really halfway through the depths, and I don't know how long we'll stick with it for now, but until resource depletion becomes an issue, we'll stay on course. So, let's go back to the lava falls. Probably just back on foot for simplicity, although it is quite a drop, so maybe not. Well, if we can do it, we should probably heal up though before anything happens. Also make sure that we have wooden weapons out of the way. We can. And we'll eventually... Actually, no, let's switch to the heat-proof clothing. Now, we'll maintain 1 point in glow just for visibility, even though we have mapped this area out already. I think maybe you only need a 1 point to survive the heat here. You do need 2 on Flame Guard later on in some of the zones that we've already seen east of the Kark Forest, but here I think as long as we get into a decent climb, we'll just descend this way and we'll worry about vehicles much later. Just kind of press against the wall. Hope we don't get into problems with overhangs. I didn't eat up already, did I? So I probably should, just as fall damage prevention. But we've developed pretty good methods at this point for maintaining our current feat of progressing without the glider. Might be better to just fly directly across here though, just given the distances involved. So how close am I to a vehicle point? Not that close. We'd actually hit the falls before that becomes relevant, so we should just go for it. And get in closer manually. Previously we had ridden a particular construction from point to point all the way over to the top light route, but I haven't lost it now. Let's... Oh, ice. That's fine, we'll take ice. Quite gladly. Maybe standing there was not the best idea, but... Let's get some food rolling, perhaps. We can send some of the cheaper stuff for now, I think. But although it just maintains some adaptability, yeah, we'll just do that. We're pretty close to the falls themselves. In fact, we should stay over here because then we can go up that slope and approach them Pretty close by, so we're mostly just going to check this location for treasure because it is a named location and usually that's a good sign. As I was saying in a previous stream, it is pretty clever that the hot zones down here in the depths and the hot springs up above are matched. Very intuitive for that to happen. And we'll be fine as far as heat protection goes. Flame protection, I should say. But without any kind of treasure marker, I don't know if it's clear to me what our treasure could even be in this zone, if there is one. We might just eventually have to wait for a map that gives us that position. I actually don't know if it is the case that every single named location in the depths has a chest. It might not. I feel like that was definitely true of most places, particularly all the mines, but bring features like this one, hard to tell. Surely there's got to be something here, though. Some kind of content for us to engage with. And hopefully not something that's way up the pillar, although you never know. I doubt this would actually give me an ascension point. Notice, yeah, mining location not far from here. We can potentially deal with that. And look at that, we've... oh, slipped. Whoops, didn't see that corner coming. Anyway, we've got a valid boulder weapon that wasn't put on top of wood. Rather fortunate, because I was switching heavily to a lot of those wooden thick sticks in the previous stream. It does look like a rather ample mining location, at least, which means that we might be getting warmer. There's anything else special about this? I'll just scan every now and then in case. Looks like more mining nodes in general, though. Oh, dropped something. That's okay. Guess we should check somewhat thoroughly. Bomb flowers are always very welcome. I'm not really in the spring location at this point, but I can check around here. This looks like a rather prominent outcropping. Might show some promise. Hope we didn't drop any large pieces that I would like to keep. But yeah, if there is something, there it is. Don't know if it's anything significant, but large charge, we'll gladly take it. Getting up to a massive battery expansion. Eventually. I wonder what happens if you do exceed the number of crystallized charges that you need for complete upgrades with them. Whether crystallized charges can be converted to anything else. I mean, they would be convertible perhaps too. Something that you can dump in the dispensers, but... oh, maybe not, because they're not really inventory items in you. Yeah, they are key items, aren't they? Yeah, they are. They're multiple key items. So I do wonder what happens if you just have an excess number of crystallized charges. We don't know what to dump them on yet, other than spending on the battery. But we'll find out. I might be forgetting something. Anyway, we found it. Let's go for the next point. That will Probably make it a good idea to stay on this ridge. We can get this vehicle up here, but then we would need to continue going around. This looked like potentially a rematch with the Wind Temple boss if we eventually beat the Wind Temple boss, which we haven't. Maybe better once again to proceed on foot. We don't have too many elevation problems. For the time being, it is a bit of a climb here, but then it should be pretty clear all the way over from that point, so we'll just stay on foot for the time being until we run into something more convenient. It does look like a vehicle point over there, so maybe convenience has been achieved. Now I've been meaning to maybe test out some new instructions just so we can see if we can balance something. Perhaps just 3 fans, and just something that allows me to, you know, stay level and have successful descents without necessarily taking a plummet on a balloon. Because I was thinking maybe, you know, you have a design like this and attach 2 more. A lot of it is just finding the positioning to balance things properly. We'll be weighing things down with the control stick near the back, but the idea is that I want some kind of a center vehicle that will let me control pitch. And you can kind of have a triangle design. Might pitch forward quite a bit though. Got some additional stabilization. That looks somewhat symmetrical. Somewhat. We'll put the control stick on the back. We got plenty, thankfully. That's a part I was formerly worried about. Actually, it feels almost more secure with the fan behind you, so you don't spill off the back immediately. So we just want to check the balance here. Let's see if we can do it with 3 fans rather than 2. Okay, it does pitch backwards a little bit currently. Doesn't seem to descend too well. It's actually a little bit rear loaded, which means we can perhaps front load the fans slightly. Just have it level out. Doesn't quite have enough power to really work as an ascender, but the idea is to, you know, have something a little more limited that can pitch forward. Yeah, the equilibrium kind of pushes back on it. We'll make a couple of tweaks here, see what we can do. Weight is a bit of a problem if we want to use this for serious ascents, but so we use in front. Just do a bit of rebalancing, see if it holds. Nope, actually a little worse, in fact, in terms of pitch it forward. Yeah, actually, no, it's not enough power from the back here, so we should actually put these in the middle. But I'd be worried about a vehicle pitching forward too much. Yeah, I compensated the wrong way. We have something like this. Because, yeah, the problem was that it was end-loaded and it was pushing towards the back. This is not too bad. I wonder if we can make further adjustment just to see how it goes. This would maybe cause too much of a forward tilt though, but we really have to pull back on it. Actually, it feels pretty nice. You just can't really pull back in any meaningful capacity, which is potentially a problem for some of the quad rotor style ascents that I've been trying out. A little more lightweight, a little less power hungry. Something that is just kind of a low surface vehicle. Yeah, you can... It's not too bad. We'll continue to make adjustments just to tweak a bit, kind of put them on a top half. One test of it is whether you can get some meaningful elevation gain, and I'm going to try it out here probably. If you maintain position, then actually that's not too bad. I'm kind of decent with it. It's a bit underpowered perhaps for what I'm going for, but then we can see if we can get a good drop on it when it does the battery expiry. It's okay. It doesn't gain enough height, obviously, it's using 4 rotors in the quad rotor configuration. But for a limited height gain, you can always attach maybe balloons and flamethrowers to it to get it to adjust a little bit. But for something that's kind of, you know, for smaller elevation changes at a short range, maybe this is not awful. Anyway, we should see at this point. Yeah, I might have to turn it a bit, then just kind of face it in that direction. Yeah, face it towards the cliff actually, just to go up. At the contour, we're partway. I'll eventually put a lamp on this thing too. And Mario, welcome. Oh, got stuck here. Let's pull this out for a moment. Just trying out some new experimental designs today just to see if they're going to be a little cheaper and more fit for purpose. Yeah, camera positioning isn't great on this. But it should give me just enough battery life here to pitch forward. And look at that, you can kind of descend with it, which is nice. It's not something we usually get. Because then we can really sort of lower ourselves. I kind of like this. I think we may in fact keep it. But the thing is that I have to open up an existing slot for it. We're inundated with different kinds of lander designs like this, and we'll have to see what we want to scratch. We don't really need this mega rocket balloon, because we have better ascension options now. And then that expends so much zonite. We don't really need this vehicle either. Yeah. Other things, I mean, this one's just basically compensating for a missing wing or a missing rocket. We could delete that just as well. But in general, you know, if we want to build a balloon and just attach rockets to it, we can just do that manually. Now that we have more rockets to work with. It's more for spending zonite on tons of rockets if I want, and, you know, I have better options now, so... Let's try to save this one. We have so many variants on this kind of vehicle that we've been saving. That has taken up most of my space, just different kinds of ascenders. And yeah, we'll see if it is a good replacement for that other one we've tried. Or we can do a quad fan design just so we can, you know, reconfigure fans on the fly if we ever want to replace or rebuild. But the reason I've done this with 3 fans is mostly because you can just grab 3 fans off the shelf at any of the assembly points. Maybe that's not a good reason, but we're kind of facing up the ridge. Yeah, we'll just follow some gentle terrain here over to that spot. And I think we can probably do it. Yeah, for just small elevation changes, this is actually pretty good because you're able to pitch forward on it. And it feels reasonably well balanced too, which is a nice surprise for me. You know what, let's just grab it this way. Still have to be careful about dropping it, of course. Yeah, main element to this set isn't necessarily available at a vehicle point, is the control stick, but we always knew that was going to be the problem part in some ways. More mushrooms at a base there. Yeah, we should just keep heading this way. Basically try to get over to this next area here. We can do that in pretty good shape. Bit of initial power consumption to get this going, but yeah, you can kind of lose a bit of elevation, which is what I really want because we've been looking for some kind of vehicle. Will do that for me without running into too many problems. Oh, we're not going to have a good landing location here, unfortunately. It's pitched down quite a ways. At least it was safe. Surprisingly. But yeah, actually that was a pretty good landing considering circumstances. We got a Grand Po over there, we should just grab it. This looks like a Yiga base, in fact. Is it one that I've done previously? It might be, because we had explored the area. I wish I remembered. Well, I mean, if we don't see a Yiga Master worth killing, then... Oh, no. Let's switch clothes. Somebody's noticed me. Gotta... get out of their way. Whoa. Yeah, I don't remember if I previously unlocked this. I don't think I had. If there's somebody who's still alive with a circle on them. Alright, just kind of falling into trouble here then. We do want to climb up here because I believe we saw the Grand Po, which was what was here in the first place. Oh no, it's on top of the shrooms. Alright. We'll just make a mental note of that. Maybe even ascend up there now, but... Dark here, should have put some lights on it. basically we can get an ascent here that is not too powerful, but which will just kind of get me over like this. I kind of like this vehicle. I feel like we've hit a good spot with it. And then here we can just eyeball it. Oh. Oh yeah, I guess he's defended. Does this unlock? Should. Then let's turn this first of all, and then I'll just do a straight drop with it. In fact, you can kind of circle and lose elevation if you have some battery life left to do it. Oh, maybe not like that. Alright, oh, not great. Yeah, that's the limitation, is that you still can't really do rapid descent with it. You could with the balloon construction that I tried before. Which didn't break anything. So had we been here? I don't think we had. Secret hot spring was recently located in a valley in the Hebrew Mountains. And yes, exactly. Waterfall of flowing lava. Where else might these connections be? Everywhere. Alright, let's see what kind of schematic we get this time. I'm glad we just kind of accidentally spilled our way here then. And we get the excavator. Yeah, because that's what this other fellow was driving here, I suppose. Oh, just wanted to loot the bananas and rupees. Oh, that's not the excavator, that's just a little truck with a light. We could take it. I kind of assumed that... Well, we don't really have a gate to drive it through, though. We can always lift it. We can drive it up there. But we need some elevation gain pretty soon anyway, so it's not going to be that useful. Anyway. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, we definitely want to put a bright bloom seed on the vehicle, as we previously did. Kind of interesting to me that this area wasn't really illuminated, but is mapped. Yeah, let's see if we can do this properly. I like putting the bright blooms in front. The problem is that you need to deactivate the vehicle pretty much immediately afterwards. So... or just ride it immediately afterwards. Okay, that's good. Rather like it. That's one of the better headlamps we've targeted, in fact. It's usually not that well centered. But now we have headlamps, so... headlights, rather. Okay, let's get back. Well, let's get out of the Yiga place first, because I don't know if anybody else is milling about, and then at that point we will switch back to clothing for the hot zone. We're on a 3-fan design, actually. I just put this together as an experiment a few minutes ago. Yeah, but it's basically a cheaper design. Not as powerful, but it stays closer to the ground. It doesn't do big drops well. I still need the balloon for that. But we changed it to 3-fan design so we have an even cheaper option that, you know, can cover modest rise and fall a lot better. Because you can, in fact, pitch forward with this thing and descend slowly. So we're rocking variants of this design. This is a new one. And I'm pretty comfortable with it. It's going to be much better with more battery life, obviously, but... And it's, again, still not good at big sudden plummets. We need to position ourselves better for that. Anyway, now that I'm out of there, let's switch clothes again. Preparation for the hot zone later. And yeah, let's put this on. I want to go over here. I do see the hot zone sort of over there, so we have a rough target. Doesn't quite ascend quickly enough for some purposes, but we can kind of do intermediary landings here and there safely. Like this, for instance. It feels pretty precise, that's the thing. It's very satisfying that way. Then we can continue to just hop from pod to pod without worrying too much about battery. If we head towards the branch, we'll have a bit more flexibility for where the landing location will be. Because we can just kind of land ourselves a little bit forward at a time. We'll get plenty of height, in fact, to on top of this ridge, which is roughly, whoa, whoa, hang on. Nope. Oh, because I'm in the climbing animation, I couldn't grab that. You know what? Oh, we're still within range to grab it, so... There we go. Now, of course, we need to find somewhere to place it. I can get back on without taking a huge fall. Maybe if I just put it beside me here. Nope. Come on, nope. Well, we have some ups and downs. We just didn't have a good place to place that thing and sit with it. I did have to grab the control stick prompt briefly there too, it's just that we missed that window of opportunity. Okay, back here we go, and I guess we'll just reconstruct that vehicle. Luckily we have to design for it. We would have to put the bright bloom seat back on, but that's okay. Yeah, we could have gained height a little earlier here anyway. Anyway, let's just put it together. Luckily I did save it to auto-build ahead of time. I think. Except we no longer have parts for it, this is the thing, so this is going to be all zonite. So we can't do any kind of reconfiguration. That's okay. Where's the nearest vehicle point? Too far. Behind us. Bit of elevation gain on that cliff, though. I don't know if we how to deal with it. We can scan around here for parts too, of course. But I think it's mostly just wheels off of this shelf. We can always just drive this thing too until we reach at her destination, but pretty much have to go up that trunk. That's okay. Let's face south with it. You know what? Yeah, we lost our vehicle. We know how to rebuild it. Let's just use this thing instead. Figure out where to face. Not really here, obviously, because we have crates in the way. James D, I'm doing alright. We just tried out a new vehicle design that was good until we fell off a cliff. It was a really good design too. I could just spend some zonite to rebuild it now. Not this one. This one is something that's available out of the box that we claimed from the Yuga clan, but I built a new flyer that seemed pretty efficient and which I was quite happy with. Ooh, this one actually did that steep descent quite well. Straight off the curb. Anyway, reasonably power efficient here. I don't think I necessarily want to pull that flight, but can we actually get upstairs with this thing then? Oh, no, we can't. Currently we're heading towards this spot over here. Spot marked in an old map. We have a bit more of a gentle gradient going this way. Maybe we should have gone there. No, we can just rebuild the other vehicle. It's not a big deal. Can't really find a good spot to drive this guy up. Anyway. Yeah, you know what? We've got plenty of zonite around here. Let's... Actually, slightly better in elevation than... Well, I mean, that we fell off the cliff here, I guess. That doesn't quite count. But let's go back to the design that we had just tried out. It's not so good for ascending up this much height, but we might be able to make some improvements. So I'm going to face it inwards so we can attach the light. And hopefully get on it. We just need to not accidentally shake this thing at any point and destroy it. Nope, missed. We'll never get one as good again. Hang on. Let me hold this thing. Okay. We'll just let it power down, whatever. And it's such a beautifully placed bright bloom seed. On top of my previous attempt too. It was very, very nice. Oh, also, this is stuck now. Okay, let's let it power down. Yeah, it was so symmetrical, it was placed perfectly. Front, it was just a beautiful thing. And now it is not. But it is functional still, so perhaps we shouldn't complain. Anyway, we just need to not hit the edge of the cliff this time. We literally just pitched forward a little too aggressively and got bounced. So, just need to learn how to drive the vehicles once we do in fact put them together. We're a little low in elevation. Get the landing I wanted. Yeah, because you're landing on a curved surface, you're just going to bounce straight off and would not be ideal. Okay. Good. Perfect. We just veer left and continue. So yeah, pretty happy with this. 15 zonite rather than usual 18 because of the lack of one fan. Yeah, the tri-fan design, so it's still not going to be able to do a huge fall without the balloon attachment to break things a little bit, but it's quite good for gentle rise and fall in elevation, as you can see here, because I can pitch forward with it, and I can't gain a ton of height with it at once, but it can go up pretty smoothly and feels lightweight. And so if I stay close to the ground, then I can go up a gentle slope and I can go down a gentle slope. And it seems pretty appropriate for those purposes. I should, incidentally, actually remember to heal up this time. And also change clothes. Yeah, we can basically go up the steps towards what may be a treasure location. Landing on slopes is not good, though. We can go up slopes, but landing on them would be pretty ugly. We just get kind of ejected. You can see here. Back here. Vehicle rescue sometimes succeeds, not always. But landing on slopes is never good anyway, right? For a vehicle of this scale. It's always going to bump and roll and everything. If I try to stall horse, yeah. They're fantastic. I relied on them quite a bit my first time in Adepts. We found a couple of locations. I've actually starred every location where stall horses are in abundance because they are actually so good if I can travel continuously on the ground and not worry about cliff sides or steep drops. I did find that with stall horses, though, that I was using tons of bright bloom seeds to illuminate my path if I'm breaking new ground, so I quite like what I've got going here with using bright bloom seeds on vehicles as a light source that doesn't consume power. I think it's worked out generally pretty well. Okay, so right here in this location, we can do. Can't quite tell what that is in terms of elevation, but there is that Grand Po that's right there in the center. That's very promising. And yeah, look at this. Because of the way it's balanced, I do have to pitch forward a little bit in order to drive it, because it naturally does tilt back with the current fan placement. But I can keep it really steady over the ground without gaining too much height, which is what I've been looking for, basically. Like, it's very good for little precision plays like that. We can even rebuild the whole thing here, minus the Bright Bloom Seed, of course, with parts that could be further reconfigurable. I don't know if it would be worthwhile to do that. No, because I'd lose the control stick anyway, so... Anyway. Let's just head over here. Treasure chest is on top of that post there. That seems really easy to access. This is not even a hot zone yet, but I think once I approach it close enough, it will be. Yeah, there we go. So we'll get the Grand Po, and we'll also get a treasure chest. Would control stick forward a couple inches? No, you can't, because of the obstruction in the middle of the balloon. It's already as far forward as it can go. What I can do is move the side fans back and forth a little bit, but I'll... Oh, we also have to complete Ocarina set at this point. Let me just sort this. Yeah, we just finished the Ocarina set. Except I would get toasted here if I try to wear it right in this spot. It's the grimacing expression that we have off of Link right now. So, now, Ocarina set, like any of the retro amiibo sets, does require star fragments to upgrade, so we're not going to be upgrading that set anytime soon. And I'm pretty sure they didn't give you set bonuses when they were with amiibo originally anyway, so no particular point in doing that. Unless we really want the armor value in. something stylish. Okay, so that's done. We cleared the map, we cleared this area, now let's get back to exploring. We'll head over to the next light route over there. We'll have to double back, but it will be worth it. What is this marker? Oh, okay, no, that's for the sky. That's why. You see nicely upgraded armor here and there. Tier 4 is pretty expensive, so the only things that we've really gotten up to Tier 4 so far are... the mining sets, the 2 pieces that we have of the Froggy set, and sand boots I actually prioritized because, you know, basically before this, all I had for Tier 4 was I just had done this based on material cost, so I had sand boots, Froggy sleeve, and a Desert Vote headband over here, kind of giving me 60 armor. But then we collected enough materials to finish off the mining set, so I just did. So we have a couple of options now for getting up to 60 armor, and I can mix and match a little bit depending on our needs at any given point. Which way am I facing? Facing this way. Yeah. Now we'll have a steep enough drop here that I can do the drop while clinging onto the control stick with an expired battery. But we can also maybe try to follow the ridge down a little more gently and see what that does. The idea is I want to start clearing this. In fact, I think I see that light route way off in the distance. Way off in the distance, but we'll just pitch forward a bit. Might try to do an intermediate landing here just to recharge some battery. Yeah, you kind of need to anticipate landing, so you ride the forward momentum a bit. And so it takes a little bit of practice to get that done. You can also see from here where the lava is spilling out over on that side because we're pretty high up. But anyway, let's continue. Light route we see. Probably should have grabbed a balloon for a steep descent here, but we'll take some bumps. We'll take a big fall at some point. In fact, if I'm over what is somewhat clearly a flat location, then I can just ride this down with the control stick and hopefully get a nice safe fall. As long as we don't hit a cliffside, we can do it this way. Basically, you just pitch forward a bit, try to stay level, and that in itself is a bit of a skill set. Now, the only thing is that method only works if you let the battery expire. If you let go to stick, the vehicle will outpace you, which is why we're doing all of those balloon builds previously to give ourselves a little buoyancy. So this method won't work once I've expanded my battery too much. The fact that we kind of have this partial battery bank right now is actually very beneficial for this method that we've been applying. Because it means I can let the battery expire when I want to do a steep drop. I mean, once we have more battery power, some of that will be immaterial anyway, because we can just find better landing points. But let's recharge for a moment. We'll just ride it over. It's nice and quick. The problem with the balloon build previously was that it was just too heavy and very, very power hungry because of that. So this is still slow moving, but slow moving in a way that allows me to be precise. And whoa, that's too much of a fall. Yeah. Should have just let that expire, or it should have just crashed it voluntarily. And when we see a mining location over here, recover some of that 15 zonite I spent on the vehicle. I can also come up with a less energy efficient vehicle with more batteries. That's exactly right. Again, the thing I've mostly been blocked by in this game is just parts expiry from wings and balloons and such wearing out, so designing things that don't wear out is really the key here. But basically, if I'm able to, you know, turn well and maintain stable elevation, if I am giving myself the option to find safe landing locations, then generally I'm going to be in an okay position. You know, even if you just find something like a water landing or something, and you just crash the vehicle that way. Yeah, but I'm pretty happy with what we've done here. I experimented a bit. I was trying to explain earlier. I experimented a bit with moving the fence kind of back and forth along the center, like even at center point here. The problem with that is that if you move them too far back, the vehicle is balanced, but then it has trouble pulling back. So if I'm trying to get out from under a ledge, then you run into trouble because it kind of forces you forward. So here, if I'm a little off-center in front, yeah, by default the whole vehicle kind of pitches back a little bit. But I kind of want that in some places because then it allows me to, you know, pull backwards when needed. Anyway, let's get back to some of these wooden weapons. We can spend the wooden stuff because we won't be able to use it once we get towards the fire temple later, so let's prioritize spending wood when we're able to. Okay, so we can go around here. I don't know if this will be a named location, and I guess we should ride around until we find out, because it's promising. Which means, yeah, we're still in heat clothing, which is good. Let's ride it up slightly and see what happens. In case we see something else lootable. Yeah, this is another one attached to one of the hot springs. But before we get into the heat zone, we'll use a wooden weapon. We'll have to switch back out of it, of course, afterwards. And we'll look for a treasure chest here as well, since it is a named location. I wish there was an easier way to track which named locations we had already checked for treasure. Because, yeah, I see it right there. That's where the Poe is located. Because I'd only recently realized, I think, that every named location is worth checking for a chest. And you know, I'd have to go back to check some of those. We'll overshoot slightly. We'll just move in a bit. Without completely dunking this. One of the vehicles you use has that ledge problem, yeah. If you so much as nick the ledge, it'll stick to it like a magnet. Yeah, we've occasionally had some issues with fans getting jammed in some of the other builds I've been doing. I found that the main problem generally has been if you build something that ascends at all, it's difficult to configure it in a way that will allow you to drop with it suddenly and safely. Hence why we were doing that, you know, put the balloon on and off thing for much of my earlier excursions this week. Did we drop a large piece? I think I did. Oh well. Anyway, it's not like we need 100% down here or anything. It's not a priority anyway. For streaming purposes, the only real 100% that I'm concerned about is probably shrines. And light routes and mapping everything, obviously. Which again will probably require me to compromise on the glider, but that's okay. Wow, that dragon really moved. Assuming it's a dragon. Yeah, okay, so we'll just follow the cliffside over here. It is a cliffside because, you know, this is actually the drop off in main world. And there are probably other named locations that I passed or skipped, but again, treasure maps in the sky can cover that for me eventually. I'm sure that most of the treasure maps we can recover in the sky at this point will just tell me that I've already checked the location, so it is just what will happen when we explore as preemptively as we've been doing down here. Now who's that up there? Is that just a mining site, or is that the Zalphos? No, it's a white Boko. Silver, rather. I don't know if we'll want to bother at this stage. I think maybe we'll go up one level. Just kind of pass over the top, because then, you know, we won't have to worry about the cliff sides later. I think we should ascend now. You found exploring the depths immensely satisfying, yeah. I was worried that they'd be a little too samey, but actually there's so much variety to the kind of problems I've had to solve, and also the things I've been discovering in it in terms of the different kinds of fights and other bonus sequences. And because you're given so much zonite and so many parts, I've definitely been able to do much more vehicle experimentation down here than in the overworld. Much more of an incentive to do it too, because, you know, much more of the terrain is skippable. Which means that it's not like you feel like you're missing out by zipping over it quickly. So I do think the depths feel pretty intentionally designed as a big vehicle playground. And indeed, the flow of assaulting the Yiga bases as well and collecting blueprints, that is a big part of that. Anyway, these guys are not particularly... Oh, whoops. Vulnerable to the earthquake power, which is why I decided to just tap in for Sapphire, which is quite nice cost-wise. Now these guys, however... Oh, whoops. Let's take off the weapon to fight the fun way. But any muscle memory for that at all. There we go. If a vehicle lands on a puff shroom, it explodes. I actually didn't even notice that. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Sturdy wooden. No particular care. We got a couple of sturdy wooden, actually. I mean, they're partly used, but I don't care about breaking more wooden weapons at this stage, because we are eventually going to work towards the fire temple. And we will expect to have wooden weapons feel like wasted slots anyway for that duration. Although maybe I should get my fireproof gear upgraded first, but that's okay. We are nearly stocked up in the parts for that, so let's just continue. Oh. Yeah, we do see the light route up ahead, and this cliffside is a very gentle crossing. And yeah, this has been a really satisfying vehicle, actually, because it's the best elevation control within a short range that I've had in quite a while. Again, terrible for gaining tons of height or losing tons of height, but For just plain sailing, it's much better than a lot of the other designs I came up with in terms of being able to negotiate small changes in height. Yeah. And it's durable. And, you know, if I didn't build it out of the zonite parts, it would be pretty adaptable too, because at any point if I need to have a big ascent, I could just change the fan configuration. Once we have more power, I'll probably want to do a quad fan variant of this, just so it is a little more configurable. And oh, let's stand in a range for a moment. We can fight those guys for the zonite. Ice key eyeballs are pretty nice, but I want to prioritize the light route, so we'll prioritize the light route. Hopefully not get shot down in the process. Got another vehicle shelf over here. Yeah, look at how well it hovers when it's just flat ground. I am pushing forward the whole time. Slightly. But I feel like I've got some very fine-tuned control. So yeah, the idea is that I want to progress towards the Fire Temple, but we'll sweep as much of the northern zones as we can when that happens. Look at this. This looks like a big boss pit waiting to happen. Let's scout ahead first. See what we're dealing with. Yeah, it's pretty low. We'll just kind of hover in that general area and probably try to do the crash landing. Go down. If I angle the front fans forward 45 degrees, I can't try it right now because I built this one out of zonite. I'll try to keep that in mind for later when we have a moment to play a bit. I mean, we have, actually. The problem is that I would need a second steering stick to try it out right now. I'm short on those at the moment. I think. Yeah, no, I don't think these shells have sticks. If I angle it forward, my issue of angling them forward is I think that would cause problems with the pullback that we were just talking about earlier, where I'm able to pull backward slightly if necessary. So maybe that's good if you know you just want to do a straight flight forward, but I feel like in order to correct my position, I probably don't want to rely on that too much. Anyway, we're going to try to do a straight drop in the circle. It looks very much like a boss fight. Reasonably flat terrain down there, so if we run out of battery, we'll just do the drop. Let's try to pitch forward a bit so we don't get caught. So we're just going to run the battery out. Yeah, position myself close to the circle if I can. Hold on to the stick. Just maintain position. Perfect. Ish. Bit of a hard impact, but the thing is no fall damage. That's the important thing. It's like the return craft that they use for the Russian cosmonauts, actually, where they... You know how they do the hard landings for the Soyuz capsules? Oh yeah, this is another ice thing. We encountered one of these previously, and I assumed that it would be something like a rematch with the Wind Temple boss if we eventually beat the Wind Temple boss. Right now, it looks like it is nothing. I didn't know that we would have multiples. This implies something interesting, which is that maybe there are multiples of the other rematch fights as well. Yeah. Because this is the same thing we encountered here. We can, of course, try to melt anyway. But the other one gave me nothing, and I assume this will also give me nothing. We also melted all of the ice in the other one too, but I suspect that nothing spawns here until I've cleared the Wind Temple. Likewise, I saw one that looks like it is matched to the boss of the Fire Temple, whatever that is, simply because it required Unovo's power to break open. And again, I assume that some of these boss rematches are only going to be available later, if they are what they are. And having refought some of the other bosses, that would make sense. Now, yeah, we should just continue then. And hopefully losing that much height doesn't cause problems. It shouldn't, because as you head towards the Death Mountain area, I should actually be... well, we're not there yet. We're still on this half. But as you're heading towards the mountains, it should actually be an elevation loss. So this would basically be the equivalent of one of the mountain peaks. We can grab some pose. It's not really necessary. Not more than enough so far. But the pose are nice because they give you a clear, long-distance vision of what is a landable location and what kind of elevation you're dealing with. And it makes sense to use them as kind of battery recharge points where you just drop your vehicle, collect some pose, and continue from there. Like how we're doing now. Especially in this lovely flat area where we just have no issues with landing. Yeah, I actually think that the right way to do this with this vehicle is that if you know you have a particular landing location, you just continue to hover over it, maintain position, gain height, and then just lose that height when you fall and let the battery expire. Again, not doable once we have too much battery. But right now, when we have just a couple of cells, could be pretty useful. Also, yeah, we need to get out of the pit, and we would probably need to do some kind of straight ascent at some point to do that. So let's scout for a moment to see where we'll go. I suspect that we'll need some battery power to do this, given what a steep drop it was from that side. Yeah, because we had a long drop here. I mean, maybe you can go up this way, but... yeah, like back up to the light route or something, and then continue up the top. I like that idea better. Gain a little bit of elevation at a time. And just get back on the cliffs. Yeah, this looks like it's traversable. It's nice to put boss rematches so players always have access to all bits and bobs in the game. Yeah. Very much the point, I thought. And also so you can experiment. I found when I had my rematch with Muktarok, though, for some reason that took much, much longer. Like, I don't know what changes with the boss scaling or anything like that, but, you know, when I hit Muktarok originally, I just barely even thought about the fight because it was just totally trivial. And this time it actually took me a while to chip him down. Maybe I just forgot my method approach or something. But it took significantly longer. And I don't know if there are any changes to the scaling of the fights. We just don't know that. But I assume yes, simply because of how this game is structured. You know, you wouldn't want the rematches to all be trivialized by power creep. I've only collected one boss part so far, which is the Queen Gibdo wing that we put on my shield just for safekeeping. Until that point, I didn't even know that the bosses dropped parts, because we just hadn't seen that. But I'm going to be a little low here. Fortunately. Oh, I should have just gone up to this next ledge. Let's see if we can do it. Okay, just barely. Good. Not too bad for an emergency landing. Let's switch something to the boulder. Rock, boulder. Rock, boulder. Yeah, we'll put boulder in this one actually because, again, we want metal weapons available for the hot zones later. Let's do a partial landing. Maybe on top of these shrooms here, we can get in position. Great. A real test of my depth perception. Which is not really that good when it comes to video game spaces. Basically, we can just gain a bit of height one ledge at a time and then continue out of there, and it'll be a much smoother experience. And that way we don't need to spend batteries so much. I'm really happy with this one. Okay, we're right near the edge. We do want to go up to the light route and just continue up top. Still pretty high, actually. Maybe we can do it. Might need to plug in a battery or a couple of charges eventually, but till that point, we'll get in close. You try this on your projector with 2D to 3D conversion, and it was fantastic. Okay. Yeah, I haven't tried 3D conversion with any video game before, so just imagining the experience. Yes. No, just one moment here. Okay. Might need a battery just because of the lack of landing points here, but we'll see. If we need to burn a charge, we'll burn a charge. Allowing myself to pitch back a bit is actually the most efficient when it comes to elevation gain. So indeed, I probably should just let this push me against the cliff, like facing backwards into it or something. Oh, just gonna be close. Nope. Hang on. There we go. That could have been disastrous, but it wasn't. So we'll take it. We've had way too many close calls like that. Light route's pretty close by. Let's make our way up. Just try to stay up at the ground. Extend that we can. Oh, this one's going to be close too. Little too close for comfort. Little too close for comfort. Well, it was fun while it lasted. I should have just plugged some charges in just for safety, but oh well. How far back am I wonder? Oh, all the way back there, you can tell from the map. Alright, that's fine. Small expansion zone. We didn't really accomplish anything else. Apart from determine that I don't want to go up this way. So. Maybe there's a gentler way up. We should look around a bit to see. There's some better slopes to work with, but maybe just go directly over there. I think we had the right idea, just kind of go stepwise up these slopes, and then... Where was the light route? Yeah, we started a little too far out that way, basically, but... You go around this way towards the light route, then you can head up. Do I have a vehicle point that's readily accessible? I do not, so let's burn some zonite. Serve our penance. Add a lamp to this and recall it back. Or just jump into it. Okay. There we go. Might as well go over that Poe cluster over there and loot it. Not that we need it, but since we're repositioning anyway. You've lost more vehicles than you count, yeah. As they gently jump off into the sunset after you put bright blooms on them. Yeah, I've been trying to plan around that ever since I noticed that the bright blooms do activate them. At least this time we got a dead center easy. Now it's really satisfying. I'm always irritated when I try to chuck the bright bloom and I miss. But with good use of recall, you can at least kind of drop the vehicle back in place, perhaps, even though it would remain powered, which is an issue. Yeah. So basically my thinking here is that if I just kind of angled this way, and then I'll try to get a better height gain just from letting the vehicle pitch backwards. Like if I face out from the wall, then it's a little more battery efficient, perhaps. I have to remember that my directions are vehicle relative, not camera relative. Oh, whoa. gonna be a little tense here for a moment. Whoops, it's okay, we'll fix it. After all the bumps we've taken with this thing, is finally this ride that decided to... Oh, okay, no, you can't do that. I need to just attach a single fan to it. That's the problem when you build with Zonite. Is that you can't just retool it. How close am I to the assembly point? Too far. Yeah, that's the reason that we should actually be doing a fresh build at a vehicle point. Because that way, parts remain modular. Oh, come on, go away. Okay, auto build doesn't work with that. I do have to attach it manually. Okay. Not too bad. Yeah, I am very low on fans, so I really should do a fresh build with this. At the cost of the one bright bloom seed, I suppose. We roughly know what attachment point we're going for here, so it'll be fine. Yeah, that's the problem with backing in the way I did previously, was that camera position for the landing is a bit weird. It's a bit of a limitation. Mostly because the stick remains vehicle relative. So, you know, if you're rotating the camera around a whole vehicle and facing Link's face, you need to kind of push in the opposite directions of what you're seeing. Which makes sense. Since you're controlling the tilt of the whole device, right? Like, that's the point of the stick, is that it simulates moving the center of gravity, basically. And that's how I understand it. It can't be that far from light route, right? Yeah, I mean, the whole point is just to go up, so we'll try to make the next ledge. Again, it's going to be a little bit close. I should fire off a charge or two. I'm not sure, and I am not sure. Let's just use a charge. It's going to save me a lot of grief if I do. Yeah, you see? Probably didn't need to, but the safety net was absolutely welcome. We'll take it up to the next stage after a quick recharge. Yeah, we'll have saved ourselves a lot of effort by not dropping into the presumptive ice moss location in the first place, but that's okay, we needed to know. So, it's just the cost of doing business. The way that we do business. Alright. We're gonna have battery problems on this ride, I think. Here's the shape of that ridge. Yeah, I'm going to spend a few charges on this. Not a full large zonite charge, just a few. Just enough to, whoa, get us into trouble. Come on. Nope. Yeah. Again, camera relative. Let's do this. Yeah, that was too many. Spending that many could have been worth a lot of vehicle parts, but that's okay. We'll just have to fight more constructs. Okay, like I was saying. At the cost of one bright balloon seed, let's just reassemble this whole thing and fish this one. Because the modularity is too important. I can't quite see in the history what's what, so we'll just go with our baked in schematic. Whoops. Oh yeah, we're lacking the control stick. That's fine. Yeah, again, we're going to save a lot of problems if we do in fact build the whole thing here. Again, with a bright blue. Oh, a little off center. Oh, come on. That's okay, at least it flips. Could be worse. There we go. Just need to seize the controls and reposition. Yeah, basically we don't want to rotate the camera around us too much because that throws off my directional control quite a bit. Okay, now we're finally back into the position we wanted. We're going to follow the rim over here and hit the next tower. Don't know if we were missing any shrines up top either. No, matches up. Oh. You learn to bright bloom and smack with a sword immediately. Yeah, but that costs durability, and I'm still not used to actually having weapons. It's still a very new feeling for me to have weapons. Have weapon slots, rather. We were so frugal about durability for most of the game. Trying to take shortcuts everywhere. Okay, this ridge is pretty good. Gets a bit narrow. We'll deal with it. And hopefully not lose the vehicle. Nope. Hang on. How did I... Oh, I see, yeah. Wrong button. Okay. Yeah, we'll try to make sure we get a good landing location at all times if we're running out of charge. Yeah, I quite like this because, like I was saying, you can always sort of reconfigure this with auto build if you want a different design. Although my other designs have 4 fans, so. But when we find different configurations of fans for different purposes, then we can just kind of rebuild vehicles on the fly, right? Okay, we're pretty close by. We'll just follow the branch. See what happens. Yeah, being able to pitch down slightly is a huge improvement. Oh, these guys, okay. And my companions will do their job and allow me to run around and loot. You can also hit this with Earthquake. I wonder if shoes can be hit with Earthquake. Yes, they can. At a good long range, too. Rebuilding on the fly. This is Optimus Prime calling all Autobots. Yeah, that is the idea. You know, one moment you need a truck, the next moment you need a transformer for the elevation gain in its mech mode. This looks like it might potentially be an enemy base. We should keep that in mind. Don't think I would have seen it. No, we came off the Cliff Bargainer statue before. I feel like we should grab this light root and then check it. But we'll see. I make my decisions mostly based on elevation gain or loss. And we'll just let this recharge. Okay. That's just a mining base. Yeah. Big open plain over here. Makes me think that there probably are stall horses available, but we will go straight for the light route if we can. Good elevation on that, in fact. But yeah, we'll check the map for Yiga bases every now and then. Maybe we suspect something. Anyway, doing pretty well here. Stop for a little bit of refueling, so to speak. And we are right here. Making sure the particle effects weren't indicative of temperature change or something. Oop. Alright, let's keep going. Okay, let's check the main map quickly to see if there are any special points of interest. This looks like it's a potential ascension point. That kind of resembles the usual architecture. Yeah, it very much does, in fact. So we should check it. I won't be going through it, obviously. Sends you right into the snow, in fact, pretty close to where the Frostgleok is in the ruins. So we won't check it because it'll lose the vehicle, but we'll mark it. Didn't I say something about a Yuga base? Yeah, I thought this was it. I don't remember if I cleared that already, so we should check it as well. So probably go back this way, check the ascension point, and then here. Yes, we're expecting the labyrinth to have a light route. I don't know if it will be accessible here, but obviously the labyrinth interior will need to access from up top, so maybe we should just ditch the vehicle, ascend, and then do the labyrinth when we can. Because, well, let's see how the labyrinth is connected. This one will not be isolated like the one in the top right, so we'll check the light route first, in fact. We'll check it first. Yeah, no point in sacrificing a control stick at a fan. Yeah, especially. And the bright bloom seed as well. We've only got 100 of those. We've spent so many of them on upgrades. Yeah, but I am very short on fans at this point. And we need fans to head back up to the skies to get more. I mean, there are the points on the main surface world as well, but I've found that they haven't been plentiful. Yeah, so I mean, this area is going to drop off. So let's see if the light route out of the labyrinth is reachable. The one in the southwest was. The one in the northeast obviously wasn't, since it wasn't on an island. Okay. Okay, just a bomb tree. Okay, that's not a concern. Not my vehicle falling apart or something. Fine. Fine, you wanna go? We'll go. These guys do drop gems, so... Just gonna give them a little bit of distance so we don't get ice. Same idea as usual. Landing on bonfires does set them off. Yeah, that we know. We have had that happen. That does count as an impact. That does have some interesting implications when it comes to design. At least I think so. I keep blinking into the map because here in Pro mode, sometimes I do need to know which cardinal direction I'm facing if I'm here in depths and don't have the benefit of clear visual landmarks. But yeah, it looks like the labyrinth light route is pretty easily reachable. As with the other labyrinths, I assume that the actual passage to the interior will be gated off. That's just how it works at this point. We know the score. And yeah, you can see there's a construct fight in the basement. That's the glow of a construct. Well, maybe you can just access it. No, you can't. Of course not. So we'll go up top and get light route. Yeah, same idea as the other ones. You descend from above. Once you've unlocked it, you fight the construct to get out. We completed the most isolated one first, knowing that it was isolated. Yeah, the central column is what connects to the labyrinth on the surface. Yeah, attempting to ditch the vehicle into the labyrinth since we're here in the area, but swing around that potential Yuga base and then to the ascension point and we'll decide. Because having swept this area, we'd be continuing further over here, I see. Right. So, well, I don't know. Let's go back. Let's see. Also, a couple of different locations we're checking. I'm sure I must have done this one, given that we came down from the cliff park in a statue, but I don't remember my path off the statue, so I guess we will have to check everything. More schematics. Either that or we just prioritize light routes and worry about all that later. But you know we're not going to do that. Yeah, we'll head back to the light route, I suppose. And swing our way down. At least I think that's the way it should go. We just continue across. Just gonna wait for the full charge first, as before. Then, yeah, we're facing the right way. Let's just go over. Yeah, definitely an ascension column. market is down low enough that if I don't want to go there yet, I shouldn't. I don't really care that much about the Yiga schematics, but it is satisfying to take the camps when we notice them. Totally forget which ones we have or haven't done in the interim. Whoa. Whoa. I have issues getting stuck here. Let's maneuver. Oh, emergency landing, probably. Yeah, very easy for things to just get caught up. Yeah, I just gotta keep checking my direction a little bit. Obviously, it would not be a problem if we had a minimap rather than playing in Pro, but we're playing in Pro, so too bad. Let's try to get a smooth landing over here. And in this general direction. Yeah. Yeah, if we pass the next vehicle point, that's going to be in that direction. Anyway. Okay, here's the vehicle point. And then we'll just continue out of here. Yep. Okay. This guy's just gonna try to camp out here. This might be a bit of a problem. Alright, alright, alright. It's fine. Dump this one. Oh, it's totally stuck. Okay, no. Okay, we'll see if there's anybody glowing. There's the keeper of the key. And we'll switch back to the underpowered Yiga gear and also probably some food. Trapped in his meditation chamber. might as well actually smack a few of these things. Instead of doing it a slow way like I usually do. Base construction manual. Relay bases, yeah. We've got them. And we also know by now how this is going. See volume 1? We haven't seen volume 1, so too bad about that. Alright. What nonsense will it be this time? Whirling Basher. Oh, I see. Just a spinning rock weapon. It looks a bit impractical, but that's why it's just an ideas booklet. Oh, here's volume 1. Maybe? No, it's just a box. Where's my vehicle? We took it all the way up here? Yeah. Okay, so again, I don't remember if I took this one. Or even the one across from... No, that's just Grove. This is definitely base now. Unambiguously, but yeah, we would have crossed over in some way while we were from route to route. And we'll have more bases coming anyway. By the looks of it. Yeah, I can't imagine I would have missed this. In fact, I think we might have built there, but... oh, we'll see. Yeah, the nice thing about the Bargainer statue is that it is a very clear landmark. Yeah, it's okay at this point. We can probably just go for it. Yeah, a little bit of ignoring the mining bases, but that's because we're in a pretty good place efficiency-wise. Switch out of the costume again. We've been close enough to fire that. A little bit of extra precaution certainly couldn't help. Then straight south, I guess. Yeah, straight in. If we can. everything work out as before. I mean, you know, we're fairly low. We should drop manually so we don't need to wait completely. Well, we need to wait for full charge all the time anyhow, so it doesn't matter too much. As long as we don't need to get out in an emergency. Yeah, we'll be able to tell at a glance, I think, whether we had or hadn't dealt with the Yuga base. These locations can have a way of blurring from time to time. But the terrain is gentle. I feel like I had shot this down previously, we just didn't demonstrate this with the Grand Po up top. Yeah, because I don't see a keeper of the key. Okay, in that case, let's just go straight over. This looks like a potential boss point as well. I don't know who that rematch is going to be, so that may be worthwhile. Gonna have to go over this whole thing, though. Why do we have fight music going on? Who's chasing? Oh no, it's just that we got more generation. Okay. They won't notice a thing. Apparently the ridge itself is quite challenging. Totally facing the wrong way at this point. Wait, no, why? Oh, I guess we'll actually fight. Well, let's try to get a jump. There's no ages that would actually font them. But... yeah, I got a sense somebody was trying to shoot me there. How
better to go around, I think. I just don't want to deal with the cliff, because we just have to descend even if we do climb it. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a long ride, but we'll make it. Yeah, we'll just continue as before. Going to be very stop and go, but I do see at the very least a potential mining point over there that might be promising. No, actually, there's a bunch of posts. Must have been from luminous deposits or something. And that was from a great distance. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, no point in trying to go over to Rigid, which we did previously. And yeah. Horses are here too. Oh, very tempting. Bit of a flip there, but now the thing is, do we want to go for the horses? I don't know, because I kind of want to keep my vehicle, since it's quite good on a long-term basis. Ordinarily, I totally would take the horses, but if we're just getting from point A to point B, and we're also napping. Yeah, absolutely scandalous. We've been here this late route. I feel like we don't need to check this. We've been here for sure. I don't remember what was there, but oh, that might have been. I mean, we definitely checked it on our way to the Cliff Park and the statue. So whatever it was, it's done. That might even have been where I fought. Oh, we'll check. Okay, so we'll go around. That'll be the simplest way to do it. And yeah. As far as the Pikmin, This goes. We had a bit of a conversation about that earlier. Well, it'll be interesting to see how things are rebalanced. Okay. No chasing event yet, probably. We don't want to head away from the statue, we want to head towards it. What are we doing? Yeah, this is the fellow with the mega statue. Could have been more efficient, but... Okay, let's see. And no need to deal with those. Yet again. Okay. And we'll continue straight down that direction. And the next light route should be relatively easy to hit. I mean, our pathway is pretty constrained at this point, so... Sense, I think. But we'll see. Once we've got a full recharge. Okay, so the open space over here, I don't know. Okay. That may or may not be base. We'll check it. Once we have the opportunity. Anyway, we're going to get back into dark territory pretty soon, which is good in a way because it gives me a pretty big suite of music near the end. We'll see. So here we do need to get down someone. Oh, we just didn't wait for real charge? Okay. Oops. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll take it on the right. I had a couple of different schemes and mappings to figuring out how this happened. Yeah, there's so many things. Okay. Yeah, quite a lot of definitional space to cover. Well, at least you know the roughly finite. Yeah, actually, this location right here, that's gonna be something. Okay. Okay. Not too bad. Well, let's see. Oh, whoops. I don't see anything either way. Oh no, there it is. Okay, that was straightforward. We'll just go straight down. Okay, we obviously can't plug yet. Oh, look at that. Fantastic lighting. Right, there's another one. And then we'll just drive around and do what we can. Oh, Star Trek is a pretty good chunk. Not too bad. And yeah, that's been taken care of. Yeah, they're all very eager to use it around that location. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. Did we just lose the vehicle? Yeah. They have become this incredibly lavish production. Then, oh, it's over there. Okay. Totally camouflaged. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's just keep going. Well then. Oops. Nope. Hang on. Pay attention here. Okay. Anyway. Alright. Wait, no, hang on. We need to do that. Okay, so that was the big hard-hitting item. Okay. I mean, we know that for a fact, in fact. We had no trouble with weather. Yes. Okay, I see. Yeah, it'll be one of these two locations. We'll see. Okay. Kicking some... but over here, not exactly. We're doing okay. It was a bit out of you. Out for you, rather. Yeah, that's my experience with a lot of Platinum games in general, is that the limiting factor is, you know, do you actually have any quietus? How much do you think so? Oh. There it is. Okay. Oh, the swirls are in here. Looks pretty interesting. Okay. Okay, so where else in this place, I don't think. Okay. Oops. That was awkward. And yeah, I'm packing with bags. Nobody battles this stream? No, so far it's just been a lot of location unlocks mostly. Occasionally we stop at a camp, but it's not like I'm trying to bust down every single one to do. I guess we need to go. Gee. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. 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 Oop. Oop. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Long ways to go before things open up broadly. Well, if it really wants to do things that way. Oops. So it denied, or rather defined as, yeah, controls here quite fully sprinkled by up. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I can't really speak to that, unfortunately. Okay, this cross your fingers. Oops. And yeah, GNC, a couple minutes ago you were talking about the sound effects. Yeah, very satisfying to watch them, hear them click into place. Where did my vehicle go just now? I'm enjoying this game so far relative to the first one. Well, I mean, I love the flexibility of just being able to come up with your own solutions to things. And yeah, where do we even lose the vehicle? I was not paying attention just now. Yeah, the overworld seems to, for better or for worse, have very different density and spacing. Okay. I apply a bit of pressure here, but that's okay. You can always just make one. Until you run out of bright blue. Well, luckily we can still stumble into things like this. And well, might as well do some mining since we lost a vehicle anyway. No, I just kind of blanked out on where that dropped. So bombs are finally getting back in order. Let's suffer through this. Oh. Not sure I'm familiar with the story behind that one. Might soon enough. Oops. Options here. No, that I actually tried it. Well, so much for the of course, there's been a significant look at things like the faith of the passengers and crew if necessary, but yeah, anyway, just you were saying a minute ago, combat may not be the best. I actually like the combat here a lot, especially because you have so much more flexibility with throwing items and throwing elements, etc. Okay. What were we even doing to... Oh yes, I totally did break a mining weapon. Yeah, I feel like I missed something big. Yeah, I've been really over-reliant on archery myself. Which was why we stashed a bunch of labyrinths in the lake. Yeah, just to keep our options open. Okay, so got here. How are we still here? Get up there ages ago, but we got kind of sidetracked with digging out of here on the other side. Okay, there's a vehicle point. We'll use that if it is the right type. Exploring a lot in the depths? Well, just in the past few days. I was meant to come back here eventually and grab more zonite, but that didn't work out, so. Okay, let's take that. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. And yeah, let's just try to go straight there. And yeah, that's the right idea. It can be something that allows us to take our time. Yeah. Oh, there's a big slide. Okay, so here's a oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay, same idea. Okay. Be any number of things. Let's no, wrong one. Let's use that for a moment. Okay. Yeah, I've been a little disoriented since the first time we lost a vehicle. We'll get back on track. Especially if there is a fuel off to collect here. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Used to notice turn so well. Apparently. Alright, so we'll start with the light route as before, because that major destination, that would be worth checking. Yeah. That can't definitely seem good around trailing for all this is. Okay. Oh, so that's how to do it for person. Realize that. It's okay. The entire purpose is to take a fall. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know what they say. They call him the what was it? Lost track of what I was saying. Yeah, okay, so oh yes, this is what it goes. Well, come on. Wow, that's a pretty big hit. Ability wise way. Oh, we could have made that as well. True. So close being ground. Yeah, no, the thing I was about to say was... Oh, hang on, let's... Again, just try to get out of here first. Yeah. Okay. And we'll just continue. And yeah, no, I did angle one colors. That's why we managed to reduce it to 3. We balanced it in such a way that the height would be a little bit easier to manage, so I can, you know, go both up and down gentle slopes. But we made a bunch of adjustments. And just generally in the interest of doing things differently and experimenting as well. If I tried to hoverbike, I actually finally did. Again, the main issue with a lot of constructions in this game is falling out of them safely for me since I don't have the paraglider.
So, in general, we've been facing builds with objects that are just going to be modular and replaceable. Designs that will actually be open to refitting sometimes. Oh yeah, anyway, the thing I was going to say a couple of minutes ago is hang on. It's gone again. Might be a little bit tired. Hey, you like the hover bike? Yeah, it's cheap. It's the job done. It's cheap, it's swift. But I find that I often craving more landing control and accommodate a big instrument. Okay, so Thifler ruins. There's a bottom, there's a top, there's probably a shrine up here that we haven't seen. Let's go bottom first just because we know it. Okay, so still be here. A moment. Sure. If you want to keep that off my back, no complaints. Yeah, we've been building a lot of different variants on this idea. I find it good. Line of handbags and accessories. I could even line up with some of what we've had, maybe. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, that's just my pad as usual. I'll fish somebody out, that's for sure. Anyway. Okay. Go. And we'll it again. Please tell me how do you pronounce my name? I'm reading it as a boy. I don't know, that's reasonably close. What was I doing? Oh yes, food first of all. Taking so much damage, and Yiga. You can hear me, but it's sort of unintelligible. Let me check my mic. Yeah, Netcat, thanks for letting me know. I don't know if it's coming through. You can understand me at points. Yeah, let's see if my microphone is okay. Might have to do some kind of reset on that. It might not just be you. It might also be me not speaking clearly if I'm playing a little more tired than usual. But no, thanks for letting me know that. In case I am in fact not comprehensible. You know what? We can probably just jump it, but then I have to send back through here. Oops. Okay, so anyway, under the Colosseum ruins on the surface. Yeah. We know this. As many as 6. Okay, we've found 3 or 4 so far, actually. We found that one. And we know they did gain control of that location, so that's fine. Oh yeah, no, I remember what I was going to say much earlier when you were exchanging shoryukens and tiger uppercuts and so on in chat. So, why are we like a Hadoken? Because we are downright fierce. That's my favorite Street Fighter joke. I haven't kept up with Street Fighter 6 so much. I know it just came out. As people have been in the midst of exploring it, if they're not as buried in this game as I am. Anyway, did I even look at the schematic just now? Aerial cannon. Oh, that's kind of interesting. And then, what are the rockets even doing there? I can't quite visualize what's going on here. Let's just take a look. I'm not building it. Just taking a look. Rocket battery. Oh, I see. The rocket launches the hoverstone in a position. The hoverstone then maintains that position, and then it fires
downwards. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, because the rocket would basically move the hoverstone up, and the hoverstone faces down at a 45-degree angle, and then... Oh. Doesn't seem terribly efficient, because you would still need to aim. Which is a limitation. We want the vehicle all the way up top. Okay. But yeah, as a general rule of thumb, if on a stream you ever start hearing me kind of babble total nonsense, you can't see me on camera, but it is probably because I might be slightly dozing off or something, or struggling to stay awake. It doesn't happen often, usually. It just kind of comes and goes, and you know, you hit a bit of a rough patch sometimes, and then after that things are okay. But if you ever hear me just kind of say something out of the blue that makes like no sense whatsoever and has no relevance, that is almost certainly what is happening. Notice that you can go to the Flow Ruins across the location that is equivalent to the bridge. We should check that, in fact, after I pop open the next light bulb. I didn't want to check it sooner than that. Did we never put a bright bloom seed on this edition of the vehicle? I guess we didn't. Because we haven't lit anything up in a while, so... Okay. Oop. Tap. Yeah, it's easiest just to tap, as long as we don't smash up everything. Yeah, Cat, if you use the mic, there's a good chance you'd be unintelligible even if fully awake. No, hopefully not. Yeah, I'll look over my recording afterwards. I'm sure it'd be hilarious after the fact. If I was, in fact, just going mumble, 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 and having a noise filter on my mic cut half of it out or something. Yeah, so there is probably reason to go into the Thiflo ruins here. It would be just as dark as it was in the last game. That would be kind of an interesting parallel, but we should really crack open the light route before proceeding. It's in a pretty visible location. Yeah, nice, gentle loss of elevation here. Makes my time easier. And again, so we just don't have to worry about it too much until later. And, oh look, there's an ascension point here too. Excellent. And so yeah, James D, I'm currently streaming on Eastern, but that is actually going to change. I am expecting in July and August and thereabouts that I'll be... Well, first of all, I'll have a bit of a streaming break, then because I need to redo my setup and such, but we will probably have a time zone change in schedule again. Like I sometimes do. I mean, I used to run even later than I do now. But I tend to be pretty nocturnal, so... Yeah, so no shrine in the Tiflo Ruins, but it does look accessible and probably has something decent, so we should check it. And... yeah, that might be a pretty convenient ascension point for a couple of reasons. In fact, let's mark it so it's a little more clearly visible. In the surface, it just matches up to this area to the right. That is right by the mountain with the geoglyph on a face. Well, we see the lost underground sunken city. Well... I mean, it has to sink from somewhere in the first place, right? It was not attached via water. Actually, we have found something sunken already. It's just not down here in the depths. Because we did find something matching that description, now that I think about it. Yeah, there's got to be something up here. We'll kind of circle around, I think, and then definitely check the ruins afterwards. Oh, gonna diverge a little bit from various best laid plans. Look at this shadow that's being cast here, marking out a path for me. That's kind of an interesting effect. I don't like it. It's basically giving me a road. Yeah, we're going to see if there's light right here. This curvature makes me suspect that there will be one. We never checked this area to the north when playing in the surface, so part of the point of doing this is to pinpoint some of the missing surface shrines, since we're getting low enough that taking a wild stab in the dark is probably not the way to fill them in. Mind me. Just dropping by to observe. Okay, light route up ahead. That one seems to be much further off, though. It seems to be this equivalent. I feel like there's probably going to be a closer one. Yeah, there is. Well, the natural thing to do is just head towards it and mark it out. Also mark out the corresponding shrine on the surface. Yeah, everybody sort of has a different fatigue response, I think, but I know from experience that mine tends to be this sort of erasure of the boundary of signifier and signified, where, you know, words start getting slippery and they start meaning different things in my head than what they usually mean. It's a little bit difficult to describe, but I've actually been very conscious of that sensation. It doesn't happen on stream too often, I hope. Usually when that happens, you try not to leave a public trail of evidence. A couple of different vehicle points here, actually. We'll take a look. Anyway, we know we don't have this shrine here. Yeah, every time I kind of swap between these two layers to mark out shrines on the surface or light routes, down here I feel like I'm at risk of accidentally fast traveling, which would be terrible. This is just a mining station, I'm sure. Alright, let's go to the ruins. Wrap our way in there. Into that hard case. Came in from which side? Vehicle. There it is. And yeah, we'll look around. Yeah, I mean, we can just kind of follow the boundary of the central structure with our eyes. See how the entrance is going to look. Feel like it might be a big fight incoming, but we'll deal with it if so. Okay. A bit risky. But we are not there yet. And just keep an eye out. Okay. Almost there. close to the entrance, actually. Oh, yes, of course. Okay. Gliokden. Well, are we ready for a fight? I only got one Birdo bow. Let's all our pieces on. Okay. I mean, we're already in. Oh, here it is. It's like a Gloom Gliok. Oh, I see. It's got one element per head. That's okay. We know how to deal with it. What we need is, yeah, we've got Steel Izzle bow. It's gonna do enough damage. Assuming we use eyeballs for each shot. Then we get in there. Do we have decent weapons? We need to switch to weapons that are actually good, and we'll probably want to get some attachments on. So yeah, we need much better weapons, actually. That's one limitation. And also, because heads cover each element type, I think we probably should stay on full armor. It might make sense to, you know, put on a lightning helm or something and at least be immune to one thing, but I guess it'll depend on what attack is incoming. This thing's almost dead. Yeah, I guess we should take out some of these boulders and if weapons are pristine, actually. Put decent things on them. Let's get a whole bunch of these together. Zonite sword with a topaz. Might be worthwhile to move to topaz and put a weapon on it. But no, we'll use the forest dweller stuff. I don't know how it's going to go in terms of durability, but we'll make it happen. Nice broadsword. Yeah, we might have eyeball problems by the time we get to the end of the fight, depending on how much punishment the heads will take. I mean, we don't know that it's going to take 50 per head like the other ones do. It might be much stronger than that for all we know. Then not the best weapons, but see if we can take it down. Or would stick. Put something on that. Even the silver. Okay. Yeah, we've got some decent weapons on top of that too. Probably go through some of this first. Alright, some degree of preparation is complete, but of course, I mean, you know, if we lose to this, I kind of wonder if we'll get thrown way back by the autosave, but we'll... Yeah, when we pull the fight, we'll put in the attack food. No, we'll put in the attack food now. I don't know if we'll keep the vehicle or lose it, but... King Gliok. Yeah, can't necessarily rely on it being 50 per head, but... Yeah, it's going to take 2 shots from that, actually. The next target is fire. That would explain why it's not hitting. No, it's just going to heal up there. Okay. Got a few too many eyeballs in that. Okay, it's going to go down now, so let's smack some heads. Maybe even go fire weapon against the ice head, or... No, let's just go with this. And we'll work our way up through the weapon stash. I think we can take him. One stamina. Work with me here. Or we can stand behind a rock. Oh. Nope. Oh, come on. Just trying to jump off a rock here. Come on. That's my good jump. As usual with Gliok fights, I'm mostly worried about the final phase because that's when we potentially run into issues with anyway. Yeah, when we get to the final phase, that's when we potentially run into issues with not having the ability to ride up drafts. That's why I'm counting on my long range bow so I can drop them. I actually want him to get closer to me if I fight him like this. 3 shots with the eyeballs should do it on this bow, because it is still 50 per head. Just done out of that.
Yeah, this is just a two-phase fight, then we're not in too much trouble. Okay, good. Right. Nope. Down here. Nope, come on. That's okay, he's barely touching me. 60 armor, he's barely touching me. I'm gonna use a lot of these eyeballs, but honestly, this is the fight that eyeballs were meant for. I'm glad my bow durability is holding up. Because other bows are going to take 6 shots instead of 3. We fire 6 shots or only 5. Wonder which way I asked him. You feel lucky? Well, yeah. Yeah, basically with a 44 damage bow, we just need attachments that are at least 6 damage. And we want the eyeballs to do homing. Because then we don't need to worry about aim at long distances. If he was closer to us, we wouldn't use the eyeballs and we'd use some other attachment. Okay, now this is the bit I'm worried about. So we need to switch to Garuda bow. And we need to get 6 shots. We'll switch to... No, I need Arakuda eyeball for crafting, so... But we definitely need eyeballs no matter what. So hopefully this can reach. We're about to find out. But we have to take 6 shots. Oh, I'm missing. Okay, no, he's out of range. Let's try to get him in closer before anything happens. He's gonna get the ultimates going. Wow, he's gonna get all the ultimates going at once. Okay. If we get in under him, then maybe the bows will reach. Wow. What a stamina. 1 shot. Okay, yeah, because I guess he's dropping the ice on me. Okay. We got to the final phase in that fight, though. And yeah, it respawns me to just before the fight, so we basically need to do a bit of item prep. But that should be it. We'd lose the vehicle, of course, but that's expected. That's fine. We had a good strategy all the way up to that phase. If he's closer, like right now... Let's attack into him right now. Oh, I don't have my weapon attachments. Okay, no, let's get the weapon attachments first. That's more important. We absolutely need that damage, so... Whoop. Come on, Joy-Con drift. Would have been nice to have a fairy going into this fight as well. And then we'll do one more. Need as much damage going on as I can without spending the really good stuff. Where am I? Yeah, it's unfortunately losing a little bit of time on buff there. I'll get Steel Izzlebow going. A Gleok, thou sayest, a monster of great roar from the realm of Hyrule, where adventures not to bound galore. With 2 heads it ought to rear up high. Well, 2 heads in the older game, I guess. And from his fiery breath do heroes die. Its scales not shine in the sun's bright rays, and its eyes not gleam in an evil gaze. To defeat this beast requires great skill and might, a hero's courage and sword shining bright. Yeah. Did it just have 2 in the NES game? I thought it had more than that there as well, but anyway. Start with blade. We've got the bow. Let's let it come a bit closer. Actually, no, we'll fight in this position again so I have a bit more room to run and hide. Alright, get over here, you. Get in closer. Oh, come on. That was a bad jump. Oh, no. Didn't quite drop him. Okay. Let's get a better jump next time. We do have some anti-gloom food. So, yeah, we were a little out of range to start. And yeah, let's go Book a Reaper. So basically the previous round we lost because we ran out of stamina just when the ice attack was coming down. The ice attack is meant to be something that you ride as a recall. But we wouldn't be able to do that because we wouldn't be able to drop safely out of it afterwards. We should put ourselves on a rubber stone or something. He's way too far again. Okay. Okay. Come in closer? Nope, you won't. You won't do me the courtesy. Yeah, the elements don't matter for the eyeballs. He's not immune to anything. Hit both heads at once, that'd be ideal. Whoa. We're up there. 38 seconds on the attack up. Let's stay topped up. Here's the thing, I also want to stay completely topped up so I have some one-shot prevention in the next phase. Yeah, so right now, 6 gloom damage, this is actually perfect. Okay. Just distributing the eyeballs evenly, in case we need them for crafting at some point. So the idea in the final phase is that I need to get him close enough to shoot him out of the sky. Because we did have range issues that last time. Okay, stamina issues here. Let's reload. Also, these heads didn't quite take enough. Oh yeah, I guess I do need probably my attack power buff. Because, yeah, it takes more than 50 damage then by some margin, because I would need my mighty attack to make up for the shortfall. I'll deal with that later, because right now I'm at full health. Although maybe to be safe we... Okay, let's do a partial attack up until we take damage. Not gonna be the full thing, but as long as it lets me shoot him down. Okay. Probably do need a lightning helm. At this point we are going to, in fact, use the mighty food. Doesn't give me complete recovery again in gloom. Also, if I have gloom damage, I wonder if... Like, it lowers your cap, but if you're at full, I wonder if you can still have some one-shot protection. I'm guessing not, but... We have to have the attack up. So, slight waste on that, but has been reached. Okay, no, out of range. Okay, so now this is the phase I'm worried about. Because we have massive range issues. We should actually... Oh, his only head right now is the Thunderhead, so let's go Thunderhelm because we took down the other heads. Because then I can just stand still. Bombing attack. Okay. Get him. Get him. We better switch to something good. 45? Yeah, to 45. I mean, we have to 70 as well. I feel like we should save that for something even bigger. There we go. Down. Well, that was fun. Great fight, actually. Really kind of a capstone summation of what you know about the guy. Do we not get to loot him, though? Yeah, we do, of course. And you get one of every type, naturally. Good thing I remembered to loot him. That would have been a problem otherwise. And we'll of course check either end of the arena afterwards. What have we got? Cap of Twilight. Smells like a wolf. I wonder if all of the amiibo pieces are in assigned locations, or if they are random. I think there must be in assigned locations because I got the Ocarina set sort of within the same range, and then we got a Sheik's Mask with one of the Colosseums. Not exactly sure. But we're going to do all of them eventually anyway, so it won't matter. Wish I hadn't spent so many star fragments on Sheik's Mask, though, if we knew that there were so many more of these pieces coming. I guess we'll just have to get more star fragments. Anyway, we lost a vehicle on our way in here, so I don't need to think too hard about that. Let's just do this. Also, let's switch. I actually didn't eat through any of my bows and durability because we just got enough shots down, but we did, of course, go through tons of eyeballs, which, again, you know, eyeballs are specifically what I'm saving for Gleox. So what is this? Interesting. Oh, it must be like this sort of Hylian statue and Zonai statue. Let's not die to that. So yeah, his heads do take quite a bit more than 50. I'm not sure exactly how much, but it did seem like I needed the attack plus 3. I'm not exactly sure how that scales. We'll check the other platform too, of course, but might be something interesting back here, so. Fascinating location. There are actually statues on all corners. So it's like the Zonai proto-peoples, who are the former champions, perhaps, but the former sages. Maybe. It's pretty interesting anyway. Oh, everything kind of wraps around back too, that's interesting. I don't know if there's anything here or if it's just purely decorative. I see something shiny. Flowers. Oh yeah, this is just the exit. We don't want to exit yet, obviously. I want to look around some more. Ah, I see. So this would be Gerudo. That would be Rito. That would be Goron in the northeast. Should be Sora in the southeast. And so yeah, they are the kind of statues of the proto-sages who are the predecessors to the current species. That's how I'm understanding it anyway. This is the Zora champion, so it's just statues of the former sages. And the question is there anything for me to interact with? No, not really. We can, no, I mean, this would be a wall that goes all the way up top. Alright. Let's get back out then and get back to flying. Yeah, I can probably just walk over to the next vehicle points if there's no problems with elevation, or I could just spend some zonite. Just trying to see what makes sense. A lot of gloom to walk around, if so. Mining camp here. Vehicle point here. Wrapped around a north side, which might make a lot more sense. We'll see, but as you can see, you know, we're getting close to the fire temple area. And we'll continue mapping our way there. Right, because we'd been down this way previously since we'd taken a vehicle up from the other light route. And sure, let's just break this. Pretty close to the right route, but we know... Yep, there's a vehicle point pretty much right beside it, so... we should be just fine. Pretty easily walkable, too, when it comes to the elevation gain.
Okay, let's... head up this way, and... here we are. We should have everything we need except a control stick. Should supply, and we're missing one fan as well. A note control stick is here, so we're missing just one fan. And I'm not going to be the one to supply it. Just pay in 3 zonite and be done with it. Okay. Alright. Smacking my own vehicle. Rock. Maybe not the brightest thing, but we know a couple of things now. We know there's an ascension point. We know this is the center of the Death Mountain area. We know there's the tower down there. Also, a lot of different light routes coming, in fact. A lot of different light routes that are possible here. Yeah, good night, James D. Thanks for dropping by. Hope the stream was comprehensible. Within your reason. Then... light route. This is Yunobo. Death Mountain West. Yeah, this light route is the one that's from the drop. The really big drop. So hopefully we can make our way towards it. As you can see, the light routes are going to get pretty dense in the fire zone. Also, why do we mark them in the sky zone? That's wrong. Much better. Okay. There we go. No wonder we have confusing markers that are in the middle of nowhere sometimes. We probably just marked them in the wrong layer. But yeah, we'll just kind of search the next boundary here. Just kind of reveal more of this curtain. I think this is basically what we'll do today, is we'll just make our way towards the Fire Temple and use that as our next start location. We can. This we can't do yet until we figure out how to get on these islands, which will probably be from some kind of chasm drop from above. We'll have to see. Yeah, it makes sense to just start in the top corner, then continue. Now let's start getting into some better clothes here. Oh, also, we totally never changed out of substandard clothes during the Gleok fight. Like, we never went 2020 20 with that, which is why we were taking so much damage. Well, hindsight. Okay.
That looks like an interesting location up top, actually. Might even be another arena here. That's easy to overlook, this circle. But if it's something like a construct fight or something, we'll definitely take it. Let's see what it does. I'm thinking once we get up to about 1,000 crystallized charges or so, we should seriously consider making a run for a battery upgrade as well. It is a construct fight. Very obviously so. Let's not lose the vehicle to it. I hope it remains alive. Which corner am I in? East. Not corner, obviously, but you know what I mean. Alright, let's get some actual weapons and armor going. So we can take some hits. This is just a number 2. So it's not going to do the swamp, right? So should be easy. Just feel it. Oh. Yeah, well, this will go down in no time. I guess we'll peel Topaz off of that one Zonite sword to use it as a base for the weapon. This is going to be a recall maneuver. Oh. Okay. And then we'll just take this as well. Done. Okay, and yeah, we're over 1,000 now. And so, let's see about weapons. We could always replace this soldier horn, since that's actually a decent weapon, but we could easily do so with the Topaz as well, which, yeah, we'd be peeling a gem, but it's easily replaceable if you farm Wiz Robes. Master 2 core. Looks good to me. Would just go to waste otherwise, so. Yeah, easy to overlook platforms like this. I should really look for circles like that all over the map. Didn't really think to look for them. It's going to be difficult to catch each one, but we'll be looking around for sure. And right within range of the vehicle, which is great. Okay, let's keep going. facing the right way. Yeah, actually extending the battery to Great Sky Island might be incentive to get to the surface first, but there's no Yiga base. Nice bike. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it's the stabilizer, which allows you to ride it as a unicycle. Gotta be careful of these shock weapons in front too. That's really interesting, using the stabilizer to allow you to load it in front and then get on the seat. It's quite a lot of fun actually, it just doesn't turn very well. Not that we ever need to fight any of these. Last night you dreamed there was a big snake soaring through the sky. Out from a chasm it came and into a chasm it went. Put on your best disguise until it passed. So glad you haven't been skipping your new disguise training. Interesting. So, where's the other hut here? Schematic over there. More schematics. Charger. Let's see what that is. Oh, I see. It's like a homing cart plus the shock stick and a hydrant. Hydrant and a shock stick. Huh. We can try it out some other time. Looks like one of the more intriguing designs. Anyway, let's continue heading east. See something glooming ahead. Looks like something like a Talus boss or... Matter of fact, okay, this is the fire temple. You can see it very clearly. This stage, whoops, this not be set on fire. Kind of in that zone already. It's absolutely a Talus. Don't know if it is climbable. Let's check our weapons. Yeah, weapons are going to be a little bit limited here. Luckily, we have the Flux Pounder that we just picked up. Imagine that. Okay. Gonna climb. We got gloom problems, right? We don't. I'll take some damage when I get tossed, but you might as well just take them out quickly. Really quickly. Oh. You, please. Area attack here should just by itself take him down. Oops. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, what should we put on this weapon? Like we take it slightly out of the fire zone, we can put on something non-metallic, but we don't actually really have any pristine metallic weapons at this point. Pristine weapons of any sort, really. Now, this boulder hammer, yeah, maybe. Don't know how far down its durability is currently. Not putting on gloom swords, obviously. Maybe the boulder hammer. Let's see. We need more weapons generally. Dragon. Where? Oh, right here. We want the claw. Let's see if we can get it. Let's see if we can get it. Can I? Hang on. Weirdo bow. I need to jump. I need to jump. There we go. It's gotta be the claw, right? And we can fill the quest. I'm guessing that we're only entitled to one shot as usual. That's okay. The range extension on that did wonders. Yeah, this is the first time we've really interacted with one of the dragons here in the depths. But I guess since they dive into the chasms, we didn't expect that to happen eventually. Do we have a weapon that we can use this with? I don't need to loot one. Let's just go with the boulder hammer. We might have used it at some point, but we'll get at least a few shots out of it. Yeah, because I believe it was the claw that I needed for the Spring of Power quest. Got a Statue of Power. Dinral's Claw, yeah. Okay, we'll just zip right past the encampment. Not going to deal with it. I actually kept pace with a dragon, which is remarkable. I mean, I guess, you know, having everything on fire means that we didn't really need to light roots for visibility, but... no complaints about that. Okay, gloom removed. And we'll continue. Reversal. Let's do some more mapping. While we still can. Actually getting a fair bit of lift here. Oh, and this would be the equivalent of the Great Skeleton up top, I guess. Elden Dark Skeleton. His name and location? Let's look for a chest. Which is notable because we never did get the Hebra Dark Skeleton then. We would have missed that spot. Don't remember seeing it, but we'll be close to wherever the Dark Skeleton was over here. If only...
They had it marked. That's okay, we'll have to look for it some other time. Okay. That's 100% treasure. Oh, hands. Not great. Let's climb out of here. Oh, stamina issues. Whoa. Okay. Can't use bombs. But it is fire arrow by default, so. I don't know what to work with here. Yeah, hands come back if you don't. Oh. Okay, just wait them out and then drop the clumps. Let's just take the vehicle with us. That enemy is too handsy, yeah. I don't remember consenting to that. And oh, look at that. Okay, that's just a horrible window. But there's a chest right there. Yeah. Big skeleton, yep. There's a bunch of little eye treasures, yep. What's the story behind all these skeletons? Well, they're kind of long extinct proto-dragons or something, implicitly. Proto-dragons and proto-Molduga at the same time. They're kind of associated with the goddesses too, I guess, where basically you have a whole bunch of stuff in Zelda that's a set of trinities, and so you kind of have a trinity of live dragons and a trinity of skeletons and so on. drop them? Yes, we are. That isn't going to do much. Trousers of the Wild, so you even get the Wild set. Strangely enough, they're the most comfortable pair of pants you've ever worn. I mean, these were my old pants. How do they wind up here? Whoops. Hey, that was a mistake. Mistaken input, don't want to burn through the bow that quickly. We did need more metallic weapons, and more silver parts in general, so it should have been pretty worthwhile. Okay, well, that was done. Let's continue heading in. Yeah, next one that we know about. Somewhere here. And here, just so we're covering any perimeter. Well, that was the only set you found entirely without old maps. I mean, I've collected very few old maps. The ones that I did collect mostly just told me I'd already found a treasure, so... We did collect a time set today without the maps. I see, the trick I realized is that every single named location in the depths has a chest. Once I realized that, I took the time to look. Because if you're exploring anyway, you just end up checking every named location. I wish I'd realized it previously, because now I don't know which ones I missed on the previous traversal. But I think it's actually the case that the named locations always have something going on. At least it has been consistently the case ever since I noticed. Don't know if it's a well-known convention or what, but that's how it is. Anyway, lava everywhere. Oh, come on. So we should have more light roots here somewhere. Specifically, I want to get to the lava. Don't want to blow up the vehicle. Oops. Come on. Where the companions go? Where are they? They're in a position where I need them. Okay.
Yeah, there's more towels over there, but we don't care that much. Question is, are there light routes matching everything? There should be. See one down there. Yeah, well, it's isolated in a little island. That tells me we should be careful with the descent. Yeah, we're gonna get into some trouble, I think. It's a curved surface. Alright. Oh. Did I lose it? I lost it. No. No, I didn't. We got it, we got it, we got it. Lightly toasted. But not too hot to the touch. Right. Okay, so let's take the light routes and pop open as many as we can. Many of them in this area, as we expected. And we'll probably need all of them to crack open a fire temple. Have it be properly lit. Now that I'm under Death Mountain, you wonder if Genoa will show up. Well, technically he dove in ahead of me, right? So I should be able to catch him here. Even if I didn't follow him in directly. Because he already became unavailable to me above Death Mountain. Because we took the story to the point where he dove in. I do know from previous experience that if you don't follow the story triggers, that the sages don't just automatically show up for you, and I know that because I got to the water temple way ahead of Sidon. You did the quest line the normal way like a sheep? Well, I mean, I obviously couldn't. That would have required me to fall in safely. With a ferry, maybe, if you use skydive and target your landing well enough. But I've hardly done anything the normal way now that I think about it. Lightning Temple, I activated everything before I got Riju to hit the final switch. This is the camp. We took down King Leok earlier today as well, and that was fun. Very satisfying accomplishment. I've been having a blast with this vehicle design that I've been trying out. Where it's more or less level and we can gain and lose a modest amount of height with it. Yeah, here's Unobo Rock. Yeah, King Leok was tons of fun. Very happy with that. Way to spoil for me that there's more than one. I mean, I assumed there would be more than one location for them, but... Yeah, really satisfying enemy design, too. Have the individual elemental Gleoks kind of lead up to the King Gleok fight. They do respawn, yeah. As the mini-bosses do in the devs, we know that. Europa rocks galore. All over the place. And yeah, we'll light up a bit of everything, I think. All of North Coast. Have to take one up. I feel like we're kind of getting into temple territory, but... Is that a Black Bokoblin fight? It is. A boss Bokoblin fight, I should say. They tend to be tons of fun, but I do kind of want to prioritize getting the lights on right now. Oh, that one's a bit far. Okay, the pose give me the landing location. Oh, there's a hearts point here, which is very, very good. We could definitely use that. Let's see what we can shop for here. If I can find it. Spy for your little eye quest marker. Yeah. You've done pretty much everything, right? I can show you which quest that is. It's the moving quest marker. That is actually assigned to the main world because it is the Master Sword location. Okay. What I do when I came in, I come in here. I mean, there's obviously quite a lot more to light up. Okay. Now we obviously won't have time to start the fire temple today, even if I committed to. But we'll stick around this area and uncover what we can. Yeah, I should come back up and do that one. Just because it is so conspicuously missing. So yeah, this is the light route that we saw when we dropped off of Death Mountain. Vehicle point over here. Lots of Unobo rocks over here. I bet we can probably ascend back up to it. Oh, yeah, it's this way, he says. Sorry, I'm busy. At least we know where he is. Yeah, let's at least fill some of these in. Or does it make sense to go this way first? It makes sense to go that way first, elevation-wise. Light route over there, yeah. I will probably need a battery for that one. Or some charges, rather. Unless I get a good landing in the middle here. I can get a good landing. I hope. I want to roll off of it, though. Okay, that was close, but about it. Take it a little bit further. Just to simplify the next part of the ride. This is one I haven't even marked. Alright, we should be able to make it just barely. That's not what I expected my landing zone, but that's okay, we'll take it. It's not bad. Better than nothing. Actually, it's pretty good, in fact, because it prevents me from falling off the side. Yeah, it's this one right here. That's okay, we'll kind of circle around and do it all. The route placements are pretty dense around here, so... makes sense to just crack them all at once. Yeah, I've been so satisfied with this build. We came up with it at the beginning of the stream. So I've had some time to practice with it. And it's the best variant on this concept that I've put together so far. In terms of just being a good short-range hover tool. Okay, good. We've Filled out the, I want to say caldera, but we're so deep in, I guess it doesn't really qualify as that anymore. Okay, face it this way. And we'll do some more. Yeah, just an encampment. We'll worry about encampments like that later. The moment, priority should just be cracking open everything I can. Yeah, we can go for that one, but I think there might be one even closer, given. Well, given the cartographic data we have to work with. Oh, uh-oh. This one's gonna run out. Hang on. Recall. Let's park it up a little higher here. Yep. Let's try to make a habit out of emergency vehicle rescue. I don't really see where the next route is, but the map is being fairly close by, so. Yeah, still in this direction. What I don't have is its elevation. It's a little harder to see. Anyway, let's wait this out. And keep going. Well, that's minor position here. Oh. The gang's just back and right at this point. Then it broke off. Didn't quite see where it was going. Yeah, we lost a little bit of progress here. That's okay. Nope. awful. Where'd it go this time? It's down there. At least you can see the lines where it progressed. Bad landing. Okay, we're in a bit of a bad position here. And we'll just have to get out. And just find good intermediary landing locations where you can just hop a little bit at a time. Gauging the slope sometimes when I'm approaching is a little inaccurate. Yeah, as long as you're accurate about your landing locations, the hopping interaction with the vehicle works out rather well. Getting a bit closer. Although we still haven't identified the elevation of that particular light route. Some of the flaming Dallases. I've actually encountered very few of these in this game. Oh, light route is right around the corner. We can take it. And right around a bend we go. So that's another one. Okay, so we can continue, but I think we actually want to go back at this point. Oh, this is totally a boss room, too. We should check it. We should definitely check it. Probably constructs. Maybe. It is a construct, yeah. Yeah, we got some weapons. Beat him up with his friend. We're a little low on bows, actually. Surprisingly low on bows. Oh. Mark 2, that's good. There we go, just barely chip that corner. This will be a recall. Okay, and then up we go. Okay. Where did it go? Oh yeah. And we might as well continue using these weapons. Like I was saying, don't know how much is left in the Talus Hammer. Oops. Muscle memory fails again. Okay, might as well put it on the Royal. Let's hopefully not despawn the vehicle from having run too far. I use bombs against these guys? Well, I mean, not in the fire zone, I shouldn't. As I've discovered the hard way many times. Also, I think I despawned my vehicle. Oh no, it's here. Yeah, that's not a trick, it's a treat. Don't know if there's a particular reason to come around this way. I mean, it'd be remiss not to check it in case there's a chest or something, I suppose. But I have my doubts.
Okay. Well, that's what this looks like. Oops. No, let's just suck it. Alright, I guess we'll have to wrap around this way too. Head over to next tower as well. Yeah, I love the maneuverability on this thing. It's really quite nice. Let's make sure we get to a good landing zone. Might not be able to here. Let's extend the battery slightly this time. I want to spend a full charge, but okay, that's surprisingly accurate. Yeah, of course we were going for that. Very, very intentional. You did not think that would work out. Yeah, we've had a little bit of practice. It doesn't always work out. Basically, I want the battery to run out and I want to hang on to the stick. And as long as I have a flat landing location that doesn't just flip me over or send me down a slope, we tend to get pretty good landings. The thing is, it is dependent on having a rather finite battery bank. Obviously, the strategy doesn't work if I substantially upgrade my batteries, which I will next time I have the opportunity. Because this thing is not good at sudden, sharp descents. And the way we have to do it is hang on for dear life to a control stick while the battery has been depleted. It's the best way to do it. We've survived some pretty dramatic falls that way. It probably doesn't make much physical sense. What even is this? Anyway, we'll find out. Not interested in the fire temple? Oh no, I'm interested. I just won't do it today. I'm just filling in the lights here, and then we'll probably get to the entrance and then call it a stream from there. So, I mean, we know Yunobo's there. We kind of have a rough idea of destinations to fill in. Also noticed that this matches Skull Rock up above. I assume that there is a chasm entrance here to drop you down below. But we never scouted that out for ourselves, so we don't know that yet. Interestingly enough, the implication is that if I'm accurate enough, I can actually use this kind of vehicle to fall into a chasm or depths entrance. As long as I don't bump into the side walls or something on the way down to cylinder. Probably can be done. Okay. Oops. Oops. Scorching Coliseum. We should see who's actually in it before we pull anything. That's not how that worked out, but... Mob wounds. More mob wounds. Thing is, I don't have enough metal weapons to do this, I think, but... If it's just all mob wounds, yeah, I'm a little short on weapons right now. I would love to do this one, but... We're a bit undersupplied. I mean, we can loot the enemy as we go, of course. That's a big part of it, but... Oh, okay. I guess we activated it anyway, so let's go. Yeah, I didn't have time to really arm myself. Yeah, I think weapon depletion is going to be a bit of an issue, but... We'll go to Sphere. Oh, come on. I'm just going to jump on. Don't want to overuse the bow right now. Okay. Okay, Riju. Riju, where are you? Yeah, they're going to try to lead the target here. There we go. Okay, don't mind their range. Let's
Let's go Muddle Bud. Oops, missed. Alright. Okay, we're stocking up weapons at least. And then we can use on the fly. No. Okay. It's rather large. Let's go lightning. There we go. This durability is quite good on this one. Alright, gang's all here. Muddlebud for sure, I'd say. Okay. Now let's continue. We can also pick up the spike ball weapon that he just dropped. That again. And we'll run around and loot a little bit while we have a chance. Alright, let's not get smacked by the weapon range here, and let's take bets. I guess I can kind of manipulate the bet, but that's okay. Come on. Alright, fine, well. Let's go lightning on you. Look how I'm beating him up with the head of his fallen comrade. That's the whole point of this game, I guess. All done. We haven't done very much fighting this stream, but when I have, it's been these big set pieces.
so many weapons. We're pretty happy with that. I don't know if we probably do want to trade out a few more simply because, you know, for the entirety of our time in the fire zone, much of this is going to be useless. Like, we don't really care about some of the thick sticks. If we'd rather have good claymores, but yeah, like, you know, just drop this guy's not a big deal. And we've just got way too many two-handers. I'm glad my vehicle survived that too. Yeah, we didn't really take hits in that fight. Very nice. Zant's helmet, very nice. Unfreezable. I mean, because of course that makes sense to find in a fire coliseum. So. Okay. Well, that's nice because we now have immunity against a lot of the different attack types. At varying levels of convenience. Yeah, that's another Coliseum down. Yeah, this whole structure here must be the fire temple, right? I mean, I guess we hopped over it. Here and there. Use the hats to get a win rematch into King Gleok. Pretty much. I mean, it'd be easier if we just had 3 heads and each of them gave me full bodily immunity. But, alas. Oh yeah, we need to go for this. That's what we're going for. Just trying to remember what it was I was doing here before we dropped in. Yeah, which way are we facing? Entrance is this way. Yeah, let's get, we'll explore a bit. Wrap around and head for this location. Yeah, we'll probably unlock like 2 more light routes or so, and then talk to Yunobo and get set up to start with the Fire Temple next stream. That is likely what will make sense. Yeah, this was the one that's kind of elevated. I see it. Don't mind me, just flying by. Might be something good up there. Oh, they're gonna try to shoot me down. Yeah, that's okay. We'll take this next round. Or just descend through it now. Nope, we can just take the vehicle up. And look at that, there's a wing. Get out of here and everything, which we obviously won't be using. We might be just slightly short in battery for that point over there, but we'll try it. We'll have other landing points along the way, like this rather prominent amphitheater. How to train your Gleon. That's actually a rather good device. Even though it still believes that it has two heads. Yeah, no, let's get in a bit closer before we try it. Well out of range. Fortunately. Oh no, it's right here. We don't want to die to this. Let's put in a couple charges. Better safe than sorry when you're right above lava like that. Three heads, thou sayest, a Gliok cubed, a creature of such might cannot be subdued. I wish I had more room to actually finish what it was advising, but
Anyway. One more, or we can do one more. Where do we need to face for this? South, so this way. We might have to gain some elevation for this, but we'll manage. Hopefully not too steep. Well, probably another chest here. Let's see if we can land it. Oh, broke it off a bit. Oh, that's okay, we can fix it. Didn't even fly too far. What did I think of Nintendo Direct? Well, I was very pleased with it in terms of well, in terms of filling up my schedule, like in terms of just my personal interest for the rest of the year. Having both Mario and Pikmin look like they're in absolute top form, and also not having too much else. Particularly nothing that's going to be too huge to look at. Because I was hoping for just, you know, a limited schedule of relatively short games that will at the same time really, really interest me. And that's more or less what I got. You know, it didn't need to be a big show for me. Particularly because, you know, usually by this time, previous Nintendo consoles would all be well on the way to completely winding down. Okay, I don't know if we can really cross over that. That's a late route there too. Oh, that's interesting. Now that one is not matched to anything I know. It's a bit far though. And this one is. Yeah, I'm very happy with my Switch as is. This is my most played system of all time, and it is almost certainly going to remain that way. There's nothing that's really going to challenge it. There's the light route. I think we need an additional battery for this one. Not enough landing points otherwise. Maybe one or two landing points. But that's a huge elevation gain, and I don't think we can rely on it. Let's tap a battery on it just in case. Maybe even two.
See, quality humor, and here's the thing. Is that we now have SMW for Super Mario World, NSMBW for New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and SMBW for Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Nobody is bound to make any mistakes whatsoever. But yeah, obviously, SMB Wonder is going to be a massive priority for this stream. The kind that you just kind of drop everything else to do. Okay, so I do... have very poor visibility here. We follow this upwards. We trace the terrain, we're okay. Yeah, so the battery there was actually quite helpful. Yeah. I don't know if I particularly need to pick up the remake of Super Mario RPG, but I'm very glad it exists for people who want to get into it, and the reorchestration of the musical score I thought was a particular highlight. It's a very notable musical score of the Super Nintendo era, and yeah, because I kind of got into JRPGs via that late Super Nintendo trinity of Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, and Earthbound. And Super Mario RPG was kind of part and parcel of that as well, although I guess that's no longer a trinity. And I played all of those late, like not while the Super Nintendo was current, but many, many years later. Through various other means. Okay, I might need another battery for this just because of the elevation gain. I can no longer see what my target is. I could see it clearly earlier, but no longer. Uh-oh. Okay, there's a problem. That's okay, we'll just let it expire. The thing about this kind of setup is you really don't want to hit a wall with it. I can't see where I'm going, that's the thing. I could see the light route from a distance earlier, but I can't see it anymore. Yeah, the thing I always thought aged worst about Super Mario RPG was actually that isometric angle platforming, particularly on the Super Nintendo D-pad. You know, that kind of constant diagonal movement with jumping is very awkward. Whenever I've gone back to Super Mario RPG, that was always the holdup, was that it's one thing that I don't think has worked all that well, but I'm sure stuff like that will be pretty substantially polished, and that with analog stick control, actually. I mean, I'm somebody who usually prefers D-pad for most purposes when games were designed for them, but it did seem like Mario RPG's overworld isometric segments were probably better with a stick to begin with, and so I think there are a lot of little things like that that are very likely to be polished. Again, I doubt I'll really have time with it off the bat.
I'm already drowning in games this year, drowning in remakes, including. You know, I've Advanced Wars sitting around completely unplayed because I've been busy with Zelda. Yeah, Super Mario RPG is a unique experience in that it really, really feels like a Squaresoft game, much more than a Nintendo game. Which is unusual for something using the Mario property. I mean, obviously it still has, you know, lots of that Mario flavor and all that, but it's kind of much less on brand for Nintendo than a lot of the later RPG series, like Paper Mario or Mario and Luigi turned out to be, and so it has a rather unique place in history that was never really followed up on directly, and I think that's why it has this particularly dedicated fan base that's been attached to it after all these years. It's not my favorite RPG from that era by any means, but it is very endearing. Didn't I just pass the Talus? Let's deal with him next time. I have to log off pretty soon, so... I mean, these guys tend to be quick, but... especially now that we know that we are actually allowed to climb them in Gloom. And that totally looks like a Frox arena as well. Because we've had a couple of spots like that where the Frox will just mine the whole thing for us. Yeah, as I've been saying, early 2023 has been the densest, busiest year for video games. Densest, busiest first half of the year for video games that I can remember. I have never been this one in the first few months of the year, and that's almost entirely because it's just, you know, Fire Emblem plus Zelda for me, and that's hundreds of hours accounted for already, but even so. And so I'm kind of glad that the latter half of the year will be a little more quality over quantity, presumably. Hopefully. We'll see if that actually turns out to be the case, of course, but... yeah, this looks so much like a Frox zone. We'll kind of skirt around a little bit in case we pull something. Or it might just be a different kind of boss entirely. It looks so conspicuous. Maybe it's a special Talus. An Uber Talus. But it did really look like a Frox zone to me, so... we'll come back for some of this. Yeah, it's totally a Frox zone. Just doing a bit of initial scout. Mark this location. We'll farm them later. Lots of open space to work with there. But right now I just want to get some mapping done. In the next stream it'll be Fire Temple plus some of this on the side. And then we'll save the Wind Temple for last because it's not like there were ever any tutorial paths suggesting it that I happen to know about. Okay, this is actually a fairly gentle ascent in terms of having ground to land on, so that's good news. Rather interesting that there's been no DLC announcement for this game, but there have been additional amiibo put on the schedule. Now for comparison, Breath of the Wild had a different timeline for that. I actually wonder if this game will get DLC. I mean, a lot of people were presuming it would. But of course, first of all, I don't know how conclusively it ends or how finished. And non-extensible it really feels at the end of the experience, but I mean, it's a very complete game, and obviously a lot of stuff that was patch content in a previous game is already built in from the start. Yeah, that was kind of interesting to me, given that Breath of the Wild released in March of its year, and first wave of DLC was within 3 months, I think, and Champion's Ballad was within 9 months. And of course, these schedules come and go. Like, I was astonished at how quickly all of the expansion content for Fire Emblem Engage was released, which was very fortunate because they crammed it in before Zelda, and otherwise they would just never have gotten it done. Still need to play Xenoblade 3 Future Redeemed at some point. So yeah, basically I'm backlogged end to end already, and if I only grab Pikmin and Mario for the rest of the year, I think I'll still be massively overstuffed all the way to 2024, so. And particularly because, as I said before, I expect us to take a bit of a break in July and August, and hopefully I'm done with this game first. For some definition of done. Okay, we can probably follow the terrain here. Fairly gentle. And yeah, I know there's a fire temple right there. We'll deal with it. There will come a time. Let's not dive into the lava pool, obviously. That would be a catastrophic mistake. We want it to be over relatively flat ground. The nice thing about this vehicle is that it feels pretty good to balance on the way down when you are taking a plummet. For as long as I avoid landing directly on slopes, I feel okay. In terms of guaranteeing that I can land it nice and flat. Even if sometimes the collision itself just kind of kicks you a bit.
But yeah, it has been a great vehicle. One of my favorites ever built in this game. I just kind of thought it up right before I got on stream today, and as a bit of an iteration on other concepts we'd had. I was just astonished at how well it worked out. Flies like a dream. Most of the time. Well, given Yunobo's placement, I don't know if there will still be some kind of pre-temple content there, but... Alright, so there's going to be another one right here. Let me just... that boundary. Yeah, so it'll just be the next set. I don't like how the different layers of the world just kind of interact with each other and inform your decisions in the other layers. It's a very satisfying kind of loop. A very synergistic relationship between them. Anyway, I'm content with what we've mapped here for now. We'll push against the boundary into treasure and all that next time. But first I think we're going to land back here to start with this light route. And then we'll have Yunobo available from there, so let's ride back over if we can. Seems like a bit of a sharp descent all of a sudden, but we'll manage. Just going to deliberately stall a bit while we can see the ground. Whoa. Okay, wrong button there. I was trying to cancel the recall, but we got the vehicle back. That's the important thing. Bit of a rough bounce that time, but we've been worse scrapes than that. Yeah, the trick with this is always just to find a good landing zone. Look at that, much better bounce than the one we had previously.
Yeah, we'll just get to that start location and see what's going on. Hopefully not pull too many fights along the way. Yeah, being chased is fine. Oh, didn't get to loot them either. Okay, we did in fact need more Barracuda parts. Look at that, we got tons of bows now too. Construct type. We don't need to use this 40 damage bow for everything. At least one of the Demon King bows I need to store in a museum, so. Well, they could have made it over directly, but we'll play it safe. Might as well grab some bows. Look at this yellow glow in the water shield. Yeah, because look at the water shield is steaming. And all bubbly. That's an extremely unique environmental effect I hadn't thought about. But of course it makes sense. Anyway, here's our guy. Is this way? Yeah, I guess there might be some kind of pre-temple activity or something. Where you have to break the rocks and get into a bunch of fights and such, so. I think we'll start with that next time. Instead of getting it rolling now. It's a little frightened of Ultrahan. Yeah, so we'll leave it here for the time being. Got a lot more coming. And we're going to take off for today, so thank you so much for joining me. I know the energy level and comprehensibility of the stream was kind of sagging a bit in the middle today, but hopefully that wasn't too severe. Got lots done, got the Inglia, got the Colosseum, got so many light routes out of the way. And of course this beautiful vehicle that we had all day, that was really the MVP of the show. Regardless, I'll find you another destination. If there is one that's a
natural candidate at this hour. And once again, thanks so much for watching. Until we see you again, hopefully tomorrow, although the daily pattern I have here is going to start fracturing a little bit over the next week, just due to a lot of outside business. Until we get back for more, and take a first look at what is dungeon number 3 for me. Have a wonderful day or week ahead of you. And as always, fare thee well.